Because if you put an introverted person at the reception, the person is always going to get tired. Because every day, every time someone comes, I have to greet the person, I have to smile with the person, I have to talk to the person. My energy gets drained very easily because I'm always talking to you and greeting you. And then sometimes the entry certain offices and the person still is not smiling. And all that, you're wondering why. Sometimes it's the personality, but if you put an extroverted person there, you can talk. The person, before you realize, the person is making small chats, small conversations, and all that. So the person's personality fits that job perfect. Let me also give you another example. When it comes to personality, we have people who call the judges and people who call the perceivers. So the judges are people who like things in an orderly manner. They like order. They like the last minute doesn't work for them. Things has to be in an they need to plan. They are planners and all that. Then we have the opposite one, the perceivers. Now most of you sitting here are perceivers. Last minute works for you.
That was the counselor at the University of Ghana's Careers and Counseling Directorate, Edwina Pencil there. Away from that, cybersecurity expert David Jedu has cautioned the public against rising online shopping scams targeting users on social media platforms including Instagram, TikTok and Facebook Marketplace. He said fraudsters create fake business pages with purchased followers, false reviews and convincing contact details to appear legitimate and attract unsuspecting buyers. Mr. Jedu explained that scammers often advertise attractive deals on products such as electronic devices by demanding part or full payment ahead of delivery. He noted that they use excuses such as warehouse procedures to convince customers. He noted that criminals are also creating fake listings for popular food businesses, making customers believe they are ordering from genuine brands. Mr. Jedu advised the public to verify sellers, avoid unnecessary advance payments, and use official business platforms when shopping online. Now, senior economist at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, Faith Iyoha, has said that Nigerian businesses across critical sectors are demonstrating resilience by adjusting operations to navigate persistent economic constraints. Speaking on CNBC Africa, Iyoha noted that the business environment recorded stronger expansion, with the overall performance index reaching 108.6 points. The expansion was driven by broad-based performance across sectors, notably non-manufacturing, agriculture, and manufacturing. Iyoha emphasized that maintaining expansion alone is insufficient, although the figure expectations index remains cautiously optimistic at 128.3 points. Long-term growth hinges on boosting productivity and achieving strong policy coherence. She called on monetary, fiscal, and regulatory authorities to collaborate in addressing structural deficiencies and unlocking sustainable productivity nationwide.
Is to improve productivity rather than just simply maintaining expansion. Expansion has just been maintained, but we think there's need to now scale. All sectors that we looked at have been able to adjust. And last month, the service sector was in contraction, meaning it wasn't doing well. But this month, it has transitioned from the contraction territory to expansion, meaning it is now thriving. So we can see specifically that the agro business increased. We also saw that non-manufacturing also improved. Manufacturing improved, as well as services, which was in contraction in June. It also transitioned and it expanded. So overall, the business is optimistic. So it's moved from about 128 to 128.4 to about 128.3. So it's still optimistic. However, there is caution in that process. One of the caution that we continue to see is the caution around energy price. We know that the war in the East just resumed, and so these are one of the things they are throwing a bit of caution in place. And we've achieved relative macro stability. However, macro stability in itself is not sufficient to maintain this confidence that we see from businesses. We think that it is important for government to quickly address or articulate issues around structural deficiencies that affect business, that elevate the cost of doing business. We also think that policymakers should also quickly address issues around insecurity. And we also need to see a handshake across board across all policy makers. That includes the monetary authority, the fiscal authority, as well as the regulatory authority. They need to work in coherence and collaboration to make sure that the environment remains optimistic.
That was Faith Yoha, senior economist at the Nigerian Economist Summit Group. In other news, the West African Examinations Council, WAEC, has rejected claims that it deliberately awards lower marks to candidates from private schools who sit for the Basic Education Certificate Examination, BEC. The council says the allegations are false and have no factual basis. The response follows concerns raised by the Ghana National Association of Private Schools over this year's provisional BECE results, with the association alleging grading inconsistencies that could affect candidates' placement into senior high schools. Speaking at a press briefing, Head of Public Affairs at WAEC, John Kapi, said the Council's examination and grading processes are based on fairness, consistency, objectivity, and integrity. He stressed that WAEC does not discriminate against candidates based on whether they attend private or public schools, adding that all examination scripts are marked using the same standards and procedures. He explained that WAEC uses the standard grading system to assess BECE candidates by comparing their performance with that of all candidates who took the examination. Mr. Kapi said the system is applied consistently to all candidates to ensure fairness and prevent any form of disadvantage based on the school they attend.
Circulating in sections of the media and on social media, suggesting that candidates from private schools who sat for the BECE for school candidates 2026 were deliberately awarded poor grades. These allegations are false, misleading, and have no factual basis. WAEC wishes to assure all stakeholders, parents, guardians, school proprietors, educational authorities, and the general public that the Council's assessment and grading processes are guided by internationally accepted principles of fairness, objectivity, consistency, and integrity. Under no circumstances does WAEC discriminate against candidates on the basis of whether they attended private or public schools. How BECE scripts are marked. The Council employs rigorous quality assurance procedures throughout the entire marking process. We ensure that there is anonymity between the examiners and the scripts they mark. This is done by swapping the scripts of candidates across regions, coding and packaging of scripts, and random allocation of scripts to examiners, among others. Scripts are marked strictly according to approved standard marking schemes developed by experts in the various subject areas, and all examiners from both private and public schools are made to acquaint themselves with it before the marking process commences. The Council does not operate different marking schemes or grading systems for public and private schools. This misconception has been addressed repeatedly by the Council over the years.
You heard the Head of Public Affairs at West African Examinations Council, WAEC, John Kapi. Now, the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly says it will, from January 2027, require all individuals and organizations seeking to erect container structures or temporary buildings within the metropolis to obtain approval from the Assembly. According to the Mayor, Richard Ofori Ajimanbodi, the move is aimed at ensuring that structures meet approved design standards in the city. He explained that the decision is backed by the Assembly's bylaw and has received the support of Assembly members. He urged persons interested in putting up containers to engage their respective Assembly members who will guide them through the approval process. Mr. Bwedi also clarified that the reappearance of structures around the Babayara Sports Stadium forms part of a planned redevelopment effort to create a more organized trading environment. He dismissed allegations that he has a personal interest in the installation of prefabricated structures, insisting that the initiative is intended to bring order to the area. To our last story for the bulletin, the Director General of the Ghana AIDS Commission, Dr. Prosper Kabong, says Ghana recorded a decline in new HIV infections in 2025, but still faces challenges in achieving the United Nations 95-95-95 HIV targets. According to him, new infections fell from 15,290 in 2024 to 13,951 in 2025. However, he explained that the total number of people living with HIV continues to rise because new infections still exceed HIV-related deaths. Dr. Akabon identified low HIV testing as the country's biggest challenge, stressing that more people must know their status to begin treatment early and achieve viral suppression. He also expressed concern over rising infections among people aged 15 to 24, describing them as Ghana's future workforce. He attributed the trend partly to reduced public awareness campaigns and changing media habits among young people.
The new infections are declining, 13,951, from a previous new infection rate for 2024 at 15,290. We're able to decrease new infections by 2,000, but of course the general population of people living with HIV has increased. It's all to do with population dynamics. The population of a certain group of people comprises the new people who come to join the group plus those who have left. So here in our case, new infections minus HIV deaths plus people have migrated in and out of the country. But the migration is a very small factor of those who contribute to population. So we take the difference between those who have the new infections and then the HIV deaths, and then you get a population. We are quite a distance from where we have to be able to achieve the targets. You have to be frank about that, because the first 95 for the UN target, as Maxwell rightly said, comprises of people who should know their status. If you don't test, you don't get to know your status. And if you know your status, you have to be on treatment. If you're not consistent with your treatment, you don't get your viral suppression. So our biggest hurdle is to get many people to test so that we get to know the true population of people who have HIV, and then we can roll those people onto treatment. Now the last 95, where we are at 92%, that's where people have their viruses suppressed, indicates that if you are on treatment, the drugs are effective enough for you to suppress your virus. That's what it means. So our aim is to get many people to test, and then after testing, we put them on treatment, maintain them on treatment till they get to viral suppression. Why are we talking about viral suppression? It is important because when you get to a stage where the virus is not detectable in your system, your blood, you are not able to transmit the virus. And once you get to that stage, then a greater proportion of people living with HIV get to that stage, then we are unlikely to increase your new infections. The doctors.
And you heard the Director General of the Ghana AIDS Commission, Dr. Prosper Akabon, and the news at 6. This is where we draw the curtains on Zed News at 6. But before I leave, a recap of our top stories. University of Ghana Councillor highlights role of personality in career development. Also, the West African Examination Council has rejected claims of marking down private school BCE candidates, and Ghana records decline in new HIV infections. We came your way with details of these stories and many others from our studio here at number 6 Anyite Avenue in Isligon, Accra. For more news, you can log on to www.zmultimedia.com, or you can follow us on Instagram, Facebook and X at ZFMGH, and on TikTok and YouTube at ZMultimedia. Thank you for listening. I am Mami Ifwa Kwejua. Do enjoy the rest of our programs. Up next is the Business Breakfast Show with Nitra B. Hammond. Have a good morning.
Every new day arrives two gifts in its hands: a chance and a choice. A chance is given to everyone, and the choice is yours alone. You may not control everything that happens today, but you can always choose how you respond. Your attitude, your words, your effort, and your actions are all decisions only you can make. Don't wait for the perfect opportunity before you move. Sometimes the opportunity is simply waking up to another day to try again, to learn, to grow, and to become better than you were yesterday. The small choices you make today may not seem significant, but over time, they shape your character, your habits, and ultimately your future. Great lives are built one good decision at a time. Great lives are built one good decision at a time. So choose courage over fear, choose gratitude over complaints, choose progress over excuses, and when the chance comes, be ready to take it with both hands. Whatever today brings, remember this, that every sunrise gives you another chance, and every moment gives you another choice. Make both of them count. Good morning.
Thank thee for the pastures.
Good morning, Ghana. It's Friday, the 7th of August, 2026. Thank God it's Friday. We made it to the end of another working week. And whether you're wrapping up deals, chasing deadlines, preparing for the weekend, or simply grateful to see a new day, we're glad you've chosen to start your morning with us. Welcome to the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM. My name is Nitra Hammond. And for the next few hours, we'll bring you the biggest business stories, the latest market trends, the insightful conversations, and everything you need to stay informed and stay ahead. We're streaming live on Facebook at ZFMGH and on YouTube at Zed Multimedia. Please do well to like, comment, follow, and share. And most importantly, get your friends to join us this morning. So grab your morning coffee, settle in. Let's finish the week the way we started it, with purpose, with excellence, and with optimism. This is the Business Breakfast on Zed. Let's do this, as always, for God and country. right, exactly 46 minutes after 6. This is a business breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM, PCS Star, and she calls this one Mo. On a Friday like this, there's no better way to start than to, give gratitude to God for seeing us through a very successful week. I don't know how your week went. I don't know what went wrong or what didn't go right. But one thing that is certain is that God has kept you alive and you're still standing. And that's enough to say thank you to God this morning. And so this morning, wherever you are, just express your gratitude to God. You know that on this platform, gratitude is a must. We never leave that out of the conversation. So make sure that you express some gratitude to God this morning before you go about your day. Anyway, thank you very much once again for joining us this morning right here on the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM with me, Nitrebi Hammond. This morning, I have a lot of things coming up for you. As always, we're going to begin with our news review segment. We'll look at some stories making waves in the world, and then we try to touch on some of them both locally and internationally, and then we get into our business news at exactly 7 o'clock. We're taking you there as well to look at what is making waves in the world of business, and then right after that at exactly 7:30 I'll come your way with a business brief segment, and I'll be sharing something with you in line with our roundtable discussion for today. Then we get into our market trends our transport today segment, where we get to look at the local flight schedules as well as some news in the world of aviation. Then market trends come your way. We look at some stories, some top issues that are making waves, and then we touch on some of them, and then we wrap everything up with a roundtable discussion. I promise you it's going to be a fantastic morning right here. In terms of good music, of course, it's Friday, and so some very good upbeat music for you, just so that you can be able to enjoy your Friday morning. But thanks so much once again for joining us. You're free to also join the conversations on our WhatsApp platform. Send us a WhatsApp on 0544321019, 0544321019. I'll be reading all your messages for you. If you have birthday wishes, feel free to send them to me as well. I'm happy to do you the honors right here on the show. Also, you can call us on 03039566641, 03039566641, and then we give you the opportunity, to share your thoughts as well when we open the phone lines. You can engage us on our social media platforms. We're streaming live on Facebook at ZFMGH and on YouTube, we're at Z Multimedia. Please feel free to engage us and we'll read your comments for you. All right, so let's get into our news review segment right away. This morning, we're beginning with myjoyonline.com. Now, let's look at what stories are making waves here. Now, this one says that Ghana has over 5 weeks of war in reserve. NPA moves to calm fears over Middle East tensions, and that's a top story there. Also, this one says that Omani Boama stood by me through defining moments of my political journey, and that is coming from President John Dramani Mahama. He also describes late Dr. Omani Boama as one of a rare kind at Cenotaph unveiling. Also, Nook's president proposes social media ban for children below 15 years. All right, so that's also there. Now, WAEC denies separate grading system for public and private schools. Also, this one says that oil rises on concerns over Strait of Hormuz reopening plans. Now, politicians are not above the law. Stop politicizing prosecutions. Professor Ajimandia says that. He also says that Ghana's politics is on a slippery path over criminal prosecutions. Also, Tema police intercept suspected cocaine worth $6.9 million and arrest 4. Also, COPEC wants long-term fuel strategy, and it says that government's 2 Ghana city fuel diesel relief is positive but not sustainable. Now, also, Trump signs 2 immigration acts to limit birthright citizenship and curb birth tourism. All right, so that's also another story there. Now, on ctnewsroom.com, top story here says that nobody will read it. Bandit dismisses NPP's demo petition. Also, freight forwarders seek extension of mandatory ICOMS registration deadline. Also, A&E head says that Kolebu struggling to cope with rising emergency cases. Now, Nana Jantua to petition Bagwin over Fenyo Markin's comments. He said, "Who is he to disrespect me?" All right, so that's also then our candle says that faith-based groups can help deliver Agenda 111 hospitals, and that's another story. Now, woman jailed 3 years for abducting baby at Pando Market, and also in line with the NPP demo, we must correct Ghana's democracy. Atachia says that. Now, EP urges government, it says, name Ghana's plastics law after Murtala Mohammed. All right, so that's also another one there. Now, Mahama Honest Omani Boama says that his kind is difficult to find. Now, Mahama unveils cenotaph in honor of late Omani Boama. So those are all stories making waves on citynewsroom.com. Let's head straight to channel1newsonline.com. Akando One's official says that don't temper with health worker postings. Also, NADMO cautions farmers as Bagri Dam spillage risks redestroying crops. Also, 866 cocaine parcels seized in Tema had street value. So 866 cocaine parcels seized in Tema had street value of $6.9 million US dollars, and that is coming from police. Also, Mahama unveils cenotaph in honor of late Dr. Omani Boama. Now, his loyalty was unquestionable. Mama pays tribute to the same man. Now, GACL cracks down on airport extortion and bars 2 port health officers. Also, only 17% of Ghanaians are aware of AFTA despite hosting its headquarters, and that's coming from an Afrobarometer report. Now, Bagri Dam spillage, NADMO urges residents in flood-prone areas to relocate. Also, Stop Galamsey to truly honor helicopters crash victims, and Samir Uku tells government. Also, 2 dead, 7 injured in Mankesim, a Palm Highway crash. Now, sending only Nanaya Jantua to receive petition was disrespectful. Afenyo Marking says that. Also, WAEC denies marking down private school students in BEC result. NPP petitions Jubilee House, Supreme Court over alleged political persecutions. So that is also there. Let's look at graphiconline.com. Now, Ashanti region records 83.8% exclusive breastfeeding rate among infants. Also, Tema seized suspected suspected cocaine in Port Enclave has street value of 6.928 million US dollars, and that is coming from the police. Also, 3 suspects, including Dutch national, picked up by police over suspected cocaine seized in Tema. Now, 2 Ghana cedis diesel relief would not affect government revenue. Felix Ofosukwache says that, and new Kokobot scholarship targets agriculture students. Also, gender minister calls for stronger data to improve autism services. Now, Reverend Wingham leads delegation to visit church branches in the Gambia, and also interfaith memorial service underway in honor of 2025 military helicopter crash victims. Also, NPP's democracy under attack street protest. So that's also there. Now, BNFT, now Bank of Ghana keeps policy rate at 14% as economy shows resilience. Also, AAC secures 750 acres of irrigated land for vegetable production under MOFA partnership. And inflation eases to 4.6%. Also, this one says that hold neutral stance amid energy and FS risks. IMF urges Bank of Ghana. Also, Valco not for sale. Government seeks strategic investment. Land Minister says that. Also, this one says a CIB and BOG deep in partnership to strengthen banking sector. And then finally, on the local fronts, let's look at the High Street Journal. Here, regulatory bottlenecks threaten Ghana's 24-hour economy drive. Ilapi wants also 87 pesos off every city. Inflation now comes from domestic costs. Ghana Statistical Service says that. Also, Bank of Ghana reassures businesses economy is on stable path and pledges greater stakeholder engagement. Also, suspecting an online investment is a scam. Cybersecurity expert says pause before you invest. Also, regulatory bottlenecks threaten Ghana's 24-hour economy drive. I already read this one. Imported inflation falls to 2% as locally produced items drive price increases, and local refining cannot yet end Ghana's fuel imports dependence, and that's coming from an energy aspect. Now, non-food items drive 2/3 of Ghana's July inflation, while food inflation slows. All right, so that is also there this morning. Now, entrepreneurs choose Goro Boys over 6-month wait for business registration, a report actually finds. And so that is also there. Now, let's head straight to BBC. Now, on BBC, Trump denies U.S. weapon shortage and says information leakers being hunted down. Also, Sudan's invisible children born in war with no legal identity. Also, drone warnings and sheltering in airports as South Korea battles historic heat wave. Now, UEFA says boycott may still go ahead as FA withdraws Infantino support. Also, Australian aviation crew carries out daring midwinter Antarctica rescue, and also artificial intelligence used to design brand new viruses. All right, so those are all stories also there. Now let's look at BBC Africa. Now here, DR Congo river boat under quarantine for Ebola after 5 deaths. Also, thousands of migrants still in Ceuta as after border crisis. Local leader says that, and Nigerian security forces rescue more than 300 abductees. On Reuters, this one says that. Says that Trump's Iran dilemma, he's stuck in war with no exit in sight. Also, Houthi attack on Saudi Arabia wounds 11 civilians. Also, Iran warns Gulf states and tell Trump to desist or we hit you hard. Also, oil rises on concerns over Strait of Hormuz reopening plans. Now, 7 dead, including gunman at Thailand school shooting. Also, Trump unveils trade actions to compete with China on solar and chips. Also, Taiwan troops rehearse sealing of key bridge at strategic choke points during war games. Also, Pakistan's blasphemy cases tumble after army-led crackdown on hardline Islamic groups. And then finally here, Ukrainian attacks on Wildberries strike at heart of Russia Inc. So that is there. On Reuters Africa, let's look at what stories are here. Now, this one says that Congo tests passengers after boat that carry suspected Ebola case intercepted near Kinshasa. Also, Senegal court jails 3 TikTok influencers for insulting the president. Also, Congo's Ebola outbreak surpasses 4,000 cases. Also, Asian shares pause for U.S. jobs, and oil extends gains on Mid-East risks. Also, Infantino finds a friend in Africa as CAF backs FIFA president. Also, Uganda clears way for deployment of troops to Gaza under Trump plan. And Morocco ready to cooperate on return of miners from Spain. State media says that. Also, oil rises on concerns over Strait of Hormuz reopening plans. Now, dollar set for weekly gain as traders eye Iran talks and U.S. job data. Let's finally look at CNBC Africa, and then we can wrap up this morning on our news review segments. Now, U.S. ready to return to commitments. Iran says after Trump signals deal is near. Also, Google is expanding its AI empire and losing the people who built it. Also, Kenya's East African breweries full-year pre-tax profits rises on increased sales. Also, oil prices move higher after Yemen's Iran-backed Houthis claim Saudi tanker strike. Also, Uganda expects oil refinery final investment decision in February. Now, those are all stories making waves on CNBC Africa. Now, South Africa signs $500 million loan agreement with Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. Also, African Free Trade Agency taps Nigerian firm for $3.1 billion customs overhaul project. And Congo bans copper and cobalt concentrates exports. Official order says that. Now, Malawi key rate held as inflation slowly declines. And Nigeria's plan to tax crypto transactions could undermine adoption, industry says that. And finally, Congo's Ebola outbreak surpasses 4,000 cases. All right, so those are all stories making waves on CNBC Africa. And so that's how we wrap up on our news review segment for today. The show continues. This is Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM with me, Nietzsche B. Hammond. Please stay tuned. Stay tuned. Up next is business news.
It's now time for the business news coming up in the headlines. Inflation drops to 4.6% in July as food prices ease. Also coming up, IMF calls for merit-based appointments to state-owned enterprise boards. And Upper West Regional Hospital expands dialysis services with 9 modern machines. I am Mami Ifua Kwejua. We will bring you details of our headlines and other stories shortly. Do stay with us. Thanks for your company. Now to the details of the stories. To our first story for the bulletin this morning, Ghana's inflation rate has declined to 4.6% in July 2026, following 3 consecutive months of increases. The latest figures from the Ghana Statistical Service show that headline inflation fell by 0.7 percentage points from 5.3% in June to 4.6% in July. The decline was driven by slower increases in both food and non-food prices. Food inflation dropped from 3.9% in June to 3.1% in July, while non-food inflation eased slightly from 6.3% to 6.1%. Services inflation also recorded a decline, moving from 9.4% in June to 8.5% in July. Government statistician Dr. Alhassan Idrisu said food and non-alcoholic beverages remained the biggest contributor to overall inflation, accounting for 32.4% of price changes measured under the Consumer Price Index. The report shows that inflation for locally produced goods stood at 5.9% compared with 2.0% for imported goods. Regionally, the Northeast region recorded the highest inflation rate at 10.8%, while the Bono East region recorded the lowest at negative 3.8%. The Ghana Statistical Service says the continued easing of inflation could help improve consumer confidence, support businesses, and strengthen economic stability if the trend continues. Now, the Ghana Statistical Service says Ghana spent 51.7 billion Ghana cedis on diesel and petrol imports in 2025, making the 2 petroleum products the country's largest imports during the year. According to the service's 2025 Annual International Merchandise Trade Statistics Report, diesel imported for the Tema Oil Refinery was the single largest import, valued at 28.46 billion Ghana cedis and accounting for 11.2% of Ghana's total import bill. Petrol, also known as motor spirit, ranked second with imports worth 23.24 billion Ghana cedis, representing 9.2% of total imports. The report says the combined value of diesel and petrol imports accounted for more than 20% of Ghana's total imports in 2025, highlighting the country's continued dependence on imported petroleum products despite efforts to expand domestic refining capacity. The GSS says the figures reinforce the need to strengthen local petroleum refining to reduce pressure on foreign exchange reserves and improve Ghana's trade balance. The report also identified used vehicles with engine capacities between 1,500 cubic centimeters and 3,000 cubic centimeters, crude petroleum and cement clinker among the country's top 5 imports. Overall, Ghana's import bill reached 253.23 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. The GSS says the import pattern continues to be dominated by energy products, transport equipment and industrial imports, reflecting the country's reliance on imported refined fuel and other key commodities. Ghana's gross international reserves rose to 11.9 billion Ghana cedis at the end of 2025, strengthening the country's external buffers despite the Bank of Ghana posting a 22 billion Ghana cedis, about $1.9 billion US comprehensive loss during the year. The loss was largely linked to the central bank's domestic gold purchase program, and that which the BOG buys gold from licensed small-scale and large-scale miners to build reserves and support the city. The program has been widely credited with helping Ghana rebuild its foreign exchange reserves after the country's economic crisis and debt restructuring. The International Monetary Fund (IMF) has also acknowledged that the gold purchase initiative has played a key role in exceeding reserve accumulation targets. According to the BOG, the reported losses also reflected reserve re-evaluation effects, liquidity sterilization costs, and accounting adjustment associated with monetary policy operations rather than operational inefficiencies. Gains from gold sales helped offset parts of the losses, reducing the bank's overall net loss for 2025. The central bank maintains that the gold accumulation strategy remains critical to safeguarding Ghana's financial stability. In 2026, authorities expanded the program by seeking to purchase a larger share of gold production from mining companies as part of efforts to further strengthen reserves, stabilize the city, and improve resilience against external shocks. In more news this morning, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has urged the Bank of Ghana to maintain a prudent, data-dependent monetary policy stance, warning against further cuts in the policy interest rate despite easing inflation. The advice comes after the Bank of Ghana kept its monetary policy rate unchanged at 14% for the second consecutive meeting, even though inflation declined to 4.6% in July, remaining within the central bank's target range. In its 2026 Article 4 consultation report, the IMF said the Bank of Ghana's cumulative 1,400 basis point reduction in the policy rate since July 2025 has brought monetary policy to a broadly neutral position. The fund cautions that further rate cuts could make monetary policy overly accommodative at a time when inflation risks remain. According to the IMF, possible increases in global energy and fertilizer prices, fiscal expansion, and exchange rate pressures continue to pose risk to inflation. The fund also commended the Bank of Ghana for reforms to its monetary operations and noted that the country's gross international reserves had risen to the equivalent of 4 months of import cover by end of 2025, exceeding program targets. However, it urged the central bank to adhere consistently to its foreign exchange auction guidelines to strengthen transparency and policy credibility. Let's stay a while longer with the IMF because it has advised the government of Ghana to ensure that appointments to the boards of state-owned enterprises are based strictly on merit to strengthen governance and improve the performance of the institutions. In its latest country report on Ghana, the IMF says stronger oversight of state-owned enterprises is essential to contain fiscal risk, noting that many of the entities continue to record losses, while their rising liabilities place pressure on government finances. The fund also called for the timely submission of audited financial statements and recommended a strategic review of the country's state-owned enterprise portfolio to determine which institutions should remain under state ownership. The IMF further urged government to strengthen tax administration and public financial management by improving compliance, expanding the use of digital financial management systems, reinforcing competitive procurement practices, and ensuring better oversight of public accounts. It added that as public investment increases, Ghana must strengthen project appraisal and selection processes to ensure public funds are used efficiently and support sustainable economic growth. Away from that, a new Afrobarometer report has revealed that only 13% of Africans are aware of the African Continental Free Trade Area, despite growing support for free trade across the continent. The findings are contained in the 2026 African Insights report titled Beyond Borders, Citizen Perspectives on a Shifting Global Order. The report says 62% of Africans believe government should make it easier to trade with other countries to create economic opportunities. It shows that support for free trade has increased significantly compared to 5 years ago, with a majority of citizens in 32 of the 38 countries surveyed supporting greater trade openness. However, awareness of AfCFTA remains low across Africa. In Ghana, one of the first countries to rectify the agreement and host the AfCFTA Secretariat, only 17% of citizens know about it. Afrobarometer says governments must increase public education and communication on the agreement to help citizens understand its benefit. The report notes that the AfCFTA has the potential to boost intra-African trade and improve economic growth if properly implemented. It also warns that public support cannot be taken for granted and that governments need to ensure citizens are fully informed about the opportunities and benefits of the Continental Trade Agreement today. Moving on, Meta, the technology company owned by Mark Zuckerberg, has disclosed that one of its artificial intelligence models hacked into another company's computer system during a controlled cybersecurity test, becoming the latest major AI developer to report such an incident. The company said the breach occurred during an independent security evaluation conducted by AI safety firm Irregular. According to Meta, a configuration error in the testing environment accidentally gave the AI model internet access, allowing it to exploit a vulnerability in a third-party system. Meta said the incident was not the result of the AI overcoming its safety controls and that it is investigating what happened. AI models from Anthropic, where systems belonging to other companies were also assessed because of testing misconfigurations rather than deliberate cyber attacks. The latest cases have prompted calls from cybersecurity experts and policymakers for stricter testing standards, stronger commitment measures, and greater transparency before advanced AI models are deployed. Mark Zuckerberg said the incident highlights the need for stronger safeguards, more rigorous testing, and greater transparency before advanced AI models are released to the public. To our last story for the bulletin, residents living with kidney disease in the Upper West region are said to benefit from improved access to life-saving treatment following the expansion of dialysis services at the Upper West Regional Hospital. The hospital has increased the capacity of its renal unit with the installation of 9 modern dialysis machines, strengthening its ability to provide quality care for patients requiring regular treatment. Since the renal unit was established in 2022, it has become a vital healthcare facility for residents of the region, reducing the need for patients to travel long distances in search of dialysis services. Hospital authorities say the unit has so far delivered more than 4,900 dialysis sessions, reflecting its growing role in supporting people living with kidney disease. The additional machines are expected to significantly reduce waiting times, improve access to treatment, and ease the financial and physical burden on patients and their families. The expansion also highlights the hospital's commitment to strengthening specialist healthcare services in the Upper West region. Health professionals believe the improved capacity will enhance patient outcomes and ensure more residents receive timely dialysis treatment closer to home, ultimately improving the quality of life for people battling chronic kidney disease. And this is where we end the business news, but before I leave, a recap of our top stories. Inflation drops to 4.6% in July as food prices ease. Also, IMF has called for merit-based appointments to state-owned enterprise boards. And Upper West Regional Hospital expands dialysis services with 9 modern machines. We came your way with these stories and many others from our studio here at number 6 Sanyete Avenue, East Legon, Accra. For more news, you can log on to www.zmultimedia.com, or you can follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and X at ZFMGH, and on TikTok and YouTube at ZMultimedia. Thank you for listening. I am Mami Efwa Kwechua. Nitrabi continues with the BBC.
Into a business brief segment for today, and I'll be sharing something in line with a roundtable discussion with you. Please don't go anywhere. Stick and stay. All right, thank you very much for staying with us right here on the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM. Let's get into our business brief segment for today. Now, let me begin with a question this morning. Now, when we talk about investing in the future of our country or of a country, what comes to mind? When we talk about investing in the future of a country, what comes to mind? Do you think about roads? Do you think about technology? Do you think about businesses, factories, and infrastructure? Are those the things that you think about? Now, all these are important, very, very important. But what about something that happens quietly every day in homes across Ghana? A mother breastfeeding a child, a mother waking up in the middle of the night to care for a newborn, a mother trying to balance the demands of work, family, and raising the next generation. Because sometimes the foundation of national development begins long before a child enters a classroom or a workplace. Sometimes it begins with the first meal a child receives. Today we're having a conversation about something that is often discussed only from a health perspective. We're talking about breastfeeding. But this morning we want to look at it beyond the health benefits. We want to look at breastfeeding as an issue of family well-being, workplace responsibility, economic productivity, and national development. Because the question is bigger than should mothers breastfeed. The bigger question is what kind of society are we creating to support mothers who choose to breastfeed? What kind of society are we creating to support mothers who choose to breastfeed? Now, let me introduce you to a woman I'll call Ama Owusu. Now, Ama is 31 years old. She's a marketing executive working with a growing financial services company in Accra. And like many young professionals today, Ama spent years building her career. Long days, late nights, learning, growing, taking on responsibilities, and all of that. And then came a new chapter, motherhood. Now, Ama welcomed her first child, a very beautiful baby girl called Inshira. Now, during the pregnancy, Ama made a decision. She wanted to exclusively breastfeed her baby for the first 6 months of her life. And her reasons were clear. She had learned about the benefits of breastfeeding, how it helps strengthen a child's immune system, how it supports healthy growth and development, how it can reduce the risk, of some childhood illnesses and all of that. So she wanted to give her daughter the best possible start. But then reality came, returning to work. And that is where Ama's journey became complicated, because while she was ready to be a committed mother, she was also expected to return as a committed professional. Her workplace had no dedicated breastfeeding or expressing room. There was no clear system that allowed, nursing mothers some time during work hours or working hours to express breast milk. Her days were filled with meetings, client engagements, deadlines, occasional travel. The very things that helped her build her career were now making breastfeeding more difficult for her. So Ama tried to improvise. She expressed milk early in the morning before leaving home. And she tried again late at night after returning. Now, she was doing everything she could, but slowly the pressure began to build. The exhaustion, the stress, the balancing act. And she began worrying. Will I be able to continue? Will I have to stop earlier than I planned? and all of that. Now, Ahmed's story is not unique. It is a story of many mothers around the world, because breastfeeding is often represented as a personal decision. And yes, the mother's choice matters, but choices do not happen in isolation. Choices are influenced by the environment around us, the workplace, the family, the community, the policies that exist or do not exist. And that is where today's conversation becomes important. Now, according to the World Health Organization and UNICEF, breastfeeding has enormous benefits for children and mothers. And exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months is recommended as, one of the most effective ways to support infant health. Yet globally, only 48% of infants under 6 months are exclusively breastfed. Now, that means that millions of babies are not receiving the full benefits of a practice that experts describe as one of the most important early investments in child health. And we should be worried about that. In Ghana here, breastfeeding rates have improved over the years, but challenges still remain. Many mothers still face barriers, including returning to work too early, limited workplace support, social pressures, and lack of access, to breastfeeding-friendly environments. And this brings us to an important point. Breastfeeding is not only a health conversation. I believe strongly that it's also an economic conversation, because the children being fed today are the workers, they are the entrepreneurs, they are the professionals, and the leaders of tomorrow. And healthier children can mean fewer health care challenges. Stronger early development can support better learning outcomes, and supportive workplaces can help businesses retain talented employees. So think about Ahmed's workplace. At first, breastfeeding support, may look like an additional responsibility for the company, a room, a policy, a little flexibility, and all of that. But what if we looked at it differently? What if we saw it as an investment in employees? Because when businesses support their workers during important life transitions, they build loyalty, they improve morale, they strengthen their reputation, they create workplaces where people feel valued. And increasingly, companies around the world are recognizing that employee well-being is not separate from business performance. It is connected to it. It is well connected to it. Now, let's bring this closer to home. Many Ghanaians or Ghanaian businesses are small and medium enterprises. And many employees may ask, can we really afford these systems? And I believe that that's a very fair question. But perhaps another question is, can we afford not to support the people who keep our organizations running? Because every employee is a human being. Someone balancing responsibilities, someone raising a family, someone trying to contribute meaningfully at work. And sometimes the difference between losing a talented employee and retaining one can be the support they receive during a critical season of life. And Ahmed's story eventually took a positive turn. After receiving the feedback from employees, her company began looking at ways to better support new mothers. They introduced certain things, and the morale of employees actually improved significantly. They felt valued. The company strengthened its reputation as a workplace that cared, and a simple intervention actually created a wider impact. And perhaps that is a lesson. Sometimes the things that look like support for one group actually strengthens the entire system. And so today, as the world marks Global Breastfeeding Week 2026 under the theme Breastfeeding for a Sustainable Start in Life, strengthening what works, we're asking a deeper question. Are we treating breastfeeding only as a mother's responsibility, or do we recognize it as shared responsibility? What role should employers play? What policies can make a difference? How can families support mothers? How do we, create a system where mothers do not have to choose between caring for their children and building their careers? And these are the conversations we'll be exploring on our roundtable discussion today. Our topic is investing in breastfeeding, building healthier families and stronger economies. We'll be joined by someone who will help us understand why breastfeeding is not just about nutrition, and the fact that it's about human capital, it's about productivity, and it's about the future that we want to build. And so because at the end of the day, before a child becomes a student, before a child becomes a professional, before a professional contributes to the economy, there is a beginning. And how we support that beginning actually matters. And that's what we're having this conversation this morning right here on the show. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll get into it very, very soon. But you can join the conversation on our WhatsApp line. Send us a WhatsApp on 0544 321019, 0544 321019, and I'll read all your messages for you. You can also call us on 030 3956 641, 030 08039566641. I'd love to hear from you this morning as well when we open the phone lines. So also you can drop a comment under our live stream. We're streaming live on Facebook at ZFMGH and on YouTube we're at Z Multimedia. Please feel free to drop a comment and I'll read all of that for you. All right, so that'll be all for our business brief segment. Up next is Transport Today. Please don't go anywhere. So that's we get into our Transport Today segment for today. We're looking at some stories trending in the world of aviation, and of course we'll also try and touch on some stories that are actually making waves. We're also going to look at the local flight schedules for today. All right, so let's begin with some news in the world of aviation, and then we can look at the local flight schedules as well. Now, this one says that Delta Airlines plans Tokyo Narita return as Seattle rivalry grows. Now, Delta Airlines will return to Tokyo Narita Airport in March 2027 after a 7-year absence, adding a second Tokyo route from Seattle as competition with Alaska Airlines intensifies at the Pacific Northwest Gateway. Now, the new daily service from Seattle Tacoma International Airport will begin March 27, 2027, using Airbus A330, A330-900 new aircraft. Now, Delta will continue operating its existing SEA Tokyo Haneda Airport HND route, giving the airline 2 daily flights between Seattle and the Japanese capital. Now, the launch will mark Delta's return to Narita for the first time since before the pandemic. The airline transferred its Seattle service and its remaining U.S. Tokyo network to Haneda in March 2020 as part of a wider Asia Pacific restructuring that ended its long-standing Narita hub operation. However, the latest move comes as competition intensifies between SEA's 2 largest carriers, with Alaska Airlines building Seattle into a long-haul hub following its acquisition of Hawaiian Airlines, which closed on September 2024. Tokyo Narita was the first destination launched under the expansion strategy, and Alaska commenced daily SEA and RT flights in May 2025 using Hawaiian branded A330-200 before transitioning the route to Boeing 7879 equipment in January this year. Now, the airline also opened Seattle's show Incheon service in September 2025, followed by London Heathrow, Reykjavik, Iceland, and Rome in 2026. Now, OAG schedules analyzer data shows that more than 400,000 two-way seats are scheduled between SEA and Tokyo during the current summer season. Alaska is the largest operator with 29.1% of capacity, narrowly ahead of Delta at 28.6%. Now, ANA accounts for 22.2% and Japan Airlines 20.1%. All right, so that is one story making waves in the world of aviation. Now, also Bahrain's airport company appoints Jahani as new CEO. Now, Bahrain Airport Company, BAC operator of Bahrain International Airport, BIA, has appointed Ahmed Mohamed Jahani as CEO effective August 2. Now, BAC said Jahani will work alongside the board of directors BAC team and its partners to build on the company's achievement, strengthen safety and operational efficiency, and enhance passenger experience. And it will also support the implementation of Bahrain's national aviation strategy, the roadmap aimed at expanding the kingdom's air network. Now, Jahani joined BAC in 2021, having previously served several senior leadership positions within the company, including acting CEO and chief airport operations officer. Before joining BAC, Jahani held key leadership roles at Oman Air and Gulf Air. Now, BAC has managed and operated Muscat-based Bahrain International Airport, the hub of national carrier Gulf Air, since 2010. And the appointment comes as BIA works to recover capacity lost over the past year. According to OAG data, the airport's August 2026 capacity sits 14.8% below August 2025 and 13.5% below January 2026, though it has been climbing steadily since April's yes, okay. So destination account has held steady at 57, but the number of airlines serving the airport has fallen from 27 to 21. Our Gulf Air continues to dominate the market, holding a 75.1% share with 390,452 seats, barely down on last year, minus 1.3%. Its market share has jumped from 64.8%, largely because other carriers have shrunk more sharply. And the remaining airlines serving BIA, Fly Dubai, Air Arabia, Indigo, Air India Express, Qatar Airways, Air Arabia, Abu Dhabi, and Etihad collectively offer 129,418 seats, down 39.7% from 214,746 a year earlier. All right, so that is also the story there. Maybe a last one, and then we can look at the local flight schedule. Now, Oman Air Cargo adds 5 new routes and boosts Asia connectivity. Now, Oman Air has announced 5 new routes for Oman Air Cargo, expanding its network across key Asian and regional markets. Now, the expansion operated using Boeing 737-8 aircraft add service from Muscat, Oman, and Singapore, and Tashkent, Uzbekistan, alongside routes to Abu Dhabi and Sochi, Russia, as well as New Salalah, Oman Dubai connection. Now, under the expanded schedule, Oman Air will operate 4 weekly flights to Singapore, 2 weekly flights to Tashkent, 1 weekly flight to Sochi, 3 weekly flights between Salalah and Dubai, and daily services to Abu Dhabi. Now, the new Muscat Tashkent service, launching twice weekly, is expected to support growing trade in perishable and other time critical commodities. And the Muscat Singapore route, operating 4 times a week, extends Oman Air Cargo's reach into one of Asia's largest air freight hubs, improving access to Southeast Asian markets and onward global connections. All right, so that is also another story there this morning. We're going to look at the local flight schedules for today as well, and this morning we're beginning with with Passion Air, the local flight schedules for Passion Air. And then once we're done with that, we'll look at the local flight schedules for Africa World Airlines as well. So we're going to begin with Accra to Kumasi Passion Air this morning. What are the schedules looking like? How many flights are there? There are 6 flights available for that. If you intend to fly from Accra to Kumasi using Passion Air, maybe you want to go have a weekend, maybe stay somewhere in Kumasi, then this is actually for you. Please take note of that. The first flight already took off at 6:20 a.m. and arrived in Kumasi by 7:10 this morning. The next flight's at 9:10 a.m. and you'll be in Kumasi by 10 o'clock. It takes 15 minutes to get to your destination. The third flight for the day is at 12 o'clock and you should be in Kumasi, of course, by 12:50. And then the fourth flight's at 2:50 and you should be in Kumasi by 3:40. The fifth flight for the day is at 6:40 p.m. and you should be in Kumasi by 7:30 p.m. And then the last flight for the day is at 7:20 and you'll be in Kumasi by 8 o'clock. The last flight takes 40 minutes to get to your destination. Please take note of that as well. So if you intend to fly from Accra to Kumasi, those are the schedules for you. Now, the second, okay, let's look at Accra to Sunyani. There are only 2 flights available. The first one is at 9:10 a.m. and you should be in Sunyani by 10:10 a.m. It takes 1 hour to get to your destination. And then the second flight, which is the last flight of the day, is at 2:20 p.m. and you'll be in Sunyani by 3:20 p.m. So please take note of that as well. Now, let's look at Accra to Takrady. Now, Accra to Takrady also has 2 flights. The first flight already took off at 6:20 and arrived in Takrady by 7:10 a.m. The second flight is at 4:20 p.m. and you'll be in Takrady by 5:10 p.m. So take note of that as well. Now let's look at Accra to Tamale Passion Air this morning. There are 3 flights available. The first one already took off at 6 o'clock, arrived in Tamale by 7:20 because it takes 1 hour 20 minutes to get to your destination. The second one is at 12:20 p.m. and you'll be in Tamale by 1:40 p.m. And then the last flight for the day, which is also the third flight, is at 5:30 p.m. and you'll be in Tamale by 6:50 p.m. So please take note of that as well. All right, so those are the local flight schedules for Passion Air today: Accra to Kumasi, Accra to Takrady, Accra to Sunyani, and of course Accra to Tamale. So please take note of all of them. Now let's move on to Africa World Airlines and look at what flights are available today as well. Now we'll begin, of course, with Accra to Kumasi. There are only 5 flights available today for Accra to Kumasi using Africa World Airlines. Now the first flight is at 11:40 a.m. and you'll be in Kumasi by 12:20. Takes 40 minutes to get there. The second flight's at 2:20 and you'll be in Kumasi by 3 o'clock. So please take note of that as well. Now the third flight is at 4:40 p.m. and you'll be in Kumasi by 5:20. Then there's also the next one, which is at 6:50 p.m. and you'll be in Kumasi by 7:30 p.m. And then the last flight for the day is at 7 o'clock and you'll be in Kumasi by 7:40. Again, it takes 40 minutes to get there. So those are the schedules. Now let's look at Accra to Takrady using Africa World Airlines. Accra to Takrady has 2 flights today. The first flight is at 2:10 p.m. and you'll be in Takrady by 2:50 p.m. Yes, so please make sure that you check it and then you can book that if you want to fly around that time. Now, the last flight for the day, or the second flight from Accra to Takrady using Africa World Airlines, is at 4:30 p.m. and you'll be in Takrady by 5:10 p.m. Takes 40 minutes to get there as well. Now, the last flight, okay, let's look at the last schedule for today: Accra to Tamale. Accra to Tamale. If you intend to fly from Accra to Tamale, the first flight is at 12:30 p.m. and you'll be in Tamale by 1:30 p.m. It takes 1 hour to get there. And then the last flight, or the second flight also for the day, is at 3:30 p.m. and you'll be in Tamale by 4:30 p.m. So those are the schedules for today as well. So that will be all for our Transport Today segment. For today, the show continues. This is Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM with me, Ni Trebi Hammond. Please don't go anywhere. Stick and stay. We'll take a quick music break, and when we return, we'll get into our market trend segment for today. Don't go anywhere. heat here and there, whilst we praise God and then we continue to enjoy ourselves. But I've got some good news for you this morning. If you're ready to step into your dream home, then Lakeside Estate has got an exclusive offer for you. Sorry, and with this offer, you can own your own house in just 2 years with no interest repayments. Yes, you can own your own house in just 2 years with no interest repayments. And this offer gives you affordable payments, flexible home purchase plan, quality homes and lifestyle choice, and you get to choose from a variety of beautiful homes in any of Lakeside Hills clusters. Yes, you heard me right. So your future awaits. Your future awaits. Just imagine living in a home you love with the freedom to invest in your dreams without the burden of interest. As your CIMG Real Estate Company of the Year for the 4th time, we offer you hassle-free home acquisition. And all you have to do is to place a call to us today. The numbers you can call 020 477 5042, 020 477 5042, or 020 477 5040, 020 477 5040, or 050 1418622, 050 1418622. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity. Call us now to learn more and schedule a tour of our available homes. Lakeside Estate, we say quality home for all. All right, so that is what I've got for you this morning. We're going to, like I said, we're going to get into our market trends segment very, very soon. Let's take another quick music break, and when we return, we get into all of that right here on the Business Breakfast on Zed with me, Nietzsche Hammond. Please don't go anywhere. For the past few years, our economic conversation in this country has largely, revolved around one word: stability. After the 2022 economic crisis, government implemented difficult measures aimed at, restoring the confidence, reducing debt pressures, and also rebuilding, as it were, certain things or certain aspects of our economy, and yes, even macroeconomic credibility generally. However, one of the major concerns during this period has been the impact of fiscal tightening on development, public services, and also job creation. Now, while stabilizing the economy became necessary, many people questioned how long Ghana could continue prioritizing austerity without creating enough opportunities, especially for young people. Now, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has approved a major shift in our fiscal framework. So, starting 2027, the country primary fiscal surplus target will be reduced from 1.5% of GDP to 0.5%. And the argument is that Ghana needs more fiscal space to be able to, invest in growth-oriented sectors, infrastructure, social services, and employment-generating activities. But what does this really mean for the economy? Does this represent a move from, austerity to development? Will this additional fiscal space translate into real jobs for young people? And how can government even ensure that this flexibility does not lead the country back to where we were, the excessive borrowing and all the fiscal instability that we experience? And so that's what we're talking about this morning. Emmanuel Barting, our in-house economic analyst, joins me over the phone lines for this conversation. Ima, good morning. Hello. Hello, Ima, good morning. All right, unfortunately, I can't hear Emmanuel, so we'll see and see. We'll try and connect him, and then we can. Hello?
Yeah, good morning, Chabi.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing very well.
All right, great. It's good to have you this morning.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so let's get into the conversation. So I want us to begin with the basics. What exactly does the IMF's decision to reduce Ghana's primary fiscal surplus target from 1.5% to 0.5% of GDP mean? What does it mean, and why is it even significant?
Thank you very much, and good morning to all our cherished listeners. It's great to be here and have this conversation. I think that first of all, I would say the IMF is doing its best to give us room, within our fiscal management framework. A primary fiscal surplus simply means that government revenue, excluding interest payments on debts, is higher than its expenditure. In the past, we were expected to maintain percent of GDP.
Hello, Emmanuel. All right, I think I lost Emmanuel there. Try and see if we can get him back on the lines, and then we can continue the conversation. Hello.
Yeah, Nitravi.
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry, we lost you for a few seconds. So you were talking about previously what Ghana was expected to do.
Supposed to maintain.
Hello? All right. I think that the network isn't helping. Yes, so we'll try and see if we can get him back on the line, and then we can have the conversation this morning. All right, so yes, so that, like I said, we're talking about the decision by the IMF or to give us some breathing space, to be able to reduce, our fiscal targets, or the IMF has actually decided to reduce our fiscal surplus targets from 1.5% to 0.5% of GDP. Emmanuel is trying to get us to understand what exactly that means. And he's made the first point that it means that government revenue, the money that government is able to generate, minus, excluding all the interest payments on debt and all of that, is higher than its expenditure. That is what fiscal surplus basically means. And so that is going to tell us a lot more about it as I get him back on the line for the conversation. Ima, good. Are you back?
Yeah. Good morning.
Yes. Good to have you. So you're making a point. I can hear you now.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello. I don't know what's happening. All right, so we'll see about that as well. But please don't go anywhere. Stick and stay. We'll get back into the conversation very, very, very soon.
So what's this? What's this?
Get into the conversation. Iman, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right, great, fantastic. All right, so you are making a point. I was asking that what does the primary fiscal surplus target from 1.5 to 0.5% of GDP mean, and why is it significant?
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I was making the point that the decision of the IMF to, is more to give Ghana some room within its fiscal management framework. You see, a primary fiscal surplus means that government revenue, excluding interest payments on debt, is higher than its expenditure. And previously, Ghana was expected to maintain a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP. What that meant was that government had to generate significant fiscal savings before paying interest obligations. Now, reducing this target further to 0.5% means that government will now have more flexibility to spend on priority areas while still maintaining fiscal discipline. It does not mean Ghana has abandoned fiscal responsibility. Rather, it is a recognition that after years of consolidation, the economy needs to move from stabilization into growth. The important point is that fiscal policy is not only about reducing deficits or even accumulating surpluses. You see, fiscal policy is about ensuring that government spending creates economic value. If a country spends on productive sectors such as agriculture, such as energy, infrastructure, skill development, you can name them, that spending in and of itself can generate growth and improve government revenue in the future. It is like cast your bread upon many waters, upon the waters, and after many years, you get them back. So for Ghana, this adjustment is significant because the country has experienced the social cost of aggressive fiscal tightening. Businesses have struggled in this country. Public investment has slowed. Even unemployment has remained a major challenge for us. Now, look at youth unemployment, almost 30%, almost one-third. The IMF is acknowledging that recovery, or what we call economic recovery, must eventually translate into improved living standards. And I've always said that numbers are one thing. You can put them out there, but what the people feel in their lives is what they are going to judge you on.
Right.
We can say inflation is this, economic growth, GDP is growing at this percent, unemployment is, we are doing well, we'll put our hands together for ourselves, we'll hold a meeting, we'll have dinner and lunch over meals in conference centers, town halls, to name them. We'll go on air and say, we've moved the economy from here to here. But trust me, if the average person in their homes, if the average household does not see that translate into their pocket, does not see that on their tables every evening when the family meets for dinner, you can celebrate all you want, but they cannot join you in that celebration. So the success of the policy will depend on how government uses this additional space. More money alone does not create development. The quality, the transparency, and efficiency of spending is very important in determining whether this becomes a turning point or another missed window, another missed opportunity. Let's put the people of Ghana at the heart of every policy. Let's put them there. And how is this going to raise their living standards? That is very, very important.
Now, Ima, we know Ghana went to a period of severe fiscal consolidation. Then that has been the narrative for some time. What were the benefits and costs of that approach, and why is the IMF changing direction now?
Well, fiscal consolidation was necessary because Ghana faced a serious economic crisis in 2022. And here I'm sure a lot will not forget. The country experienced significant pressure on its finances. We had rising debt levels, loss of investor confidence, challenges accessing international capital markets when in the eyes of many we needed it most. And the government needed to restore credibility and bring stability to the economy. You see, the benefits of consolidation are visible today. Our debt situation has improved. Our inflation has significantly reduced. Yesterday, the Ghana Statistical Service, you realize inflation has even fallen, to I think 4.6 from 5.3 or so. Inflation in 2022 was in about 54%. Investor confidence is gradually coming back home, and international partners have shown renewed confidence in the economy. These are important, achievements resulting from the consolidation. However, I see consolidation also comes with costs. When government reduces spending significantly, especially capital expenditure, call it capex, it can slow economic activity. You see, infrastructure projects may delay, some halted. When you drive around the country, you may see a number of roads that saw some improvement, renovation. I don't know how you may want to call it, but the work never ended. It never got completed. And of course, the roads are still in their deplorable state. So when you reduce spending in these areas, trust me, projects may delay, social services may come under significant pressure, and businesses that depend on government contracts may struggle. Some have folded even. The challenge for any country is to find the right balance between stability and development. You see, an economy cannot grow sustainably if its finances are unstable. But it also cannot create enough opportunities if investment is consistently restricted. That is why the balance is key. And I think the position of the IMF currently is a reflection of reality. Ghana has made enough progress in restoring stability. So the next chapter for us, the next challenge is for us to create conditions for inclusive growth. The focus is shifting from emergency management to economic transformation. The focus, or the bus that has been driving us, we have moved from the ambulance. We are in a more stable vehicle that doesn't make noise for people to open way for us to come, because if we do not come through, we may eventually pass on. The key lesson is that fiscal discipline should not only be measured by how much government saves. I think even more, it's a matter of whether or not government spending creates productive capacity for the future. Life is not only about today. Life is about what we do today and the implications it has for tomorrow, because today will become yesterday tomorrow.
I see. Now, the one of the reasons why, or one of the main reasons given for this policy adjustment is job creation, especially considering the youth unemployment challenge that we face in this country. How realistic is it to, expect this fiscal space to create jobs?
Well, the relationship between fiscal space and job creation is important, but it is not automatic. I mean, it doesn't come automatically. You see, government spending can support employment, but the type of spending matters. If the additional resources are used for consumption without expanding productive capacity, the impact on jobs will be limited. The sectors identified by the IMF, including agriculture, including energy, infrastructure, skill development, these are areas with strong job creation potential. If you take agriculture, for instance, it employs a significant portion of Ghana's population and has opportunities across the value chain, from production to processing and export. Infrastructure investments can also create direct jobs through construction while improving the environment for businesses. You see, better roads, reliable electricity, and efficient logistics reduce costs for companies and encourage private sector expansion, which is necessary for job creation as well. However, Ghana's unemployment challenge is not just about creating temporary jobs. We need sustainable jobs. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I heard the Venerable Professor Charles Godfred Aka of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research here at the University of Ghana, making the case that about 60% of jobs that are created in this country are not sustainable. Many people are in jobs today that they don't believe the jobs will even survive them tomorrow. People don't have sustainable law. You see, when your job security is strengthened in itself, based on the way that job is set up and many other factors, that is a very dangerous job to be in.
Right.
And I'm saying that the data points to a direction where job security is not there. There is nothing like job security. It's not there at all. The jobs are not sustainable. So we need that sustainable employment opportunity. And to do that, we need to support entrepreneurship. We need to support industrialization, technology, and private sector growth. Government must therefore see itself as an enabler rather than the largest employer. The strongest job creation model is one where public investment attracts private investment and businesses create long-term employment opportunities. So, yes, this fiscal adjustment can contribute to job creation, but only if it is combined with strong policies that improve productivity, that improve competitiveness, and that improves private sector confidence.
I see. Now, the what do you call it? Some critics actually may argue that giving governments more spending room could lead to waste and another debt crisis. How can we avoid repeating those past mistakes?
Well, that's a very legitimate concern because you see, economic history shows that fiscal expansion without proper controls can create serious problems for us. The challenge is not simply whether government spends more, but whether the spending is productive, is transparent, and sustainable. I don't think the IMF decision to us is a permission for unlimited spending. I think it comes with conditions, including maintaining a debt anchor, improving revenue mobilization, and even strengthening oversight of state-owned enterprises. Sometimes it even saddens my heart that it is the IMF that must dictate the pace of what we do and the manner in which we do them. How many years after independence? How many years have we had, every fiber of this economy, in our own hands, and how have we turned it? Turned it in such a way that it leads us to go to the IMF to receive instructions on how to manage our own lives and our own finances. I don't think that is too good for us as a country, a country with so many brains who can steer this country on the path of prosperity, that we are not seeing that. And so sometimes it saddens my heart. I mean, that was just a breather.
Right.
I think one of our challenges in this country historically has been that expenditure has often increased faster than revenue.
Yeah.
When governments rely heavily on borrowing to finance spending, we see debt pressure eventually emerging.
Right.
Therefore, increasing fiscal space must go hand in hand with improving domestic revenue collection,
right.
which is an area we have not also been doing so well. Yes, I know GRA sets targets, exceeds their target, etc., etc. That I know, no doubt about that. But literally, the point is, what is our tax potential? That is a very important question that we need to ask. The level at which we are, is that our potential? The answer is no. When you look at our tax bracket, it gives you an evidence of that. When you look at how informal this economy is, it gives you an idea of how so many businesses and individuals are not being taxed. I'm not saying GRA should go and then just be taxing, but I believe the regime within which we live is one that burdens the faithful few. That is the kind of regime we have. The faithful few. I was very little when I started hearing about broadening the tax net, and I'm sure you've heard about that too. Today, that is still a conversation we have.
Right.
I was so little when I heard about how tax compliance can improve revenue collections. Today, it is still being discussed. How did we get it wrong? It just tells you that time alone is not enough to move us to do the right things. We need action. We need strong implementation. We need strong strategies that have to be implemented to the latter before some of these, things would be averted completely. These challenges will be completely eliminated. And that is why I'm saying that we need to improve revenue collection as well. Another important area is accountability. You see, Ghana needs stronger systems to ensure that public funds achieve value for money. Projects should be evaluated based on economic impact rather than on political considerations. Take state-owned enterprises, for example, particularly in sectors such as energy and cocoa. They must also become more efficient. You see, losses from these institutions can quickly undermine fiscal gains. We are not saying these institutions were set up to make profits necessarily. Sometimes we know they are set up to provide social goods and all of that. But sometimes, literally, when you look at the basis for the loss, the reason why this particular enterprise or state-owned company made a loss, you are overblown. Not because they are doing a good thing, but because you just cannot think far. You just do not get it. And that is the challenge many of us have. And sometimes we keep asking the question, if these businesses were owned by those at the helms of affairs, is this how the businesses will run? Many of these state-owned enterprises have failed to cover their average viable cost in the short run for so many years. If it was any serious business, you would have shut it down. Many of them have governance challenges, just to name a few. So I think that losses from these institutions have and would always undermine any fiscal gains that we make. Ultimately, the issue is not about government spending more or spending less. It is about spending better, spending efficiently. The next phase of Ghana's economic journey requires discipline. It requires transparency and a clear focus on investment that generates long-term return. We need to have that at the heart of the things we spend on. Very crucial.
I see. All right, Ima, I wanted to look at some of the details in terms of the areas that they are saying that we should look at investing in. and all of that. But I want to skip that. Now, one of the things that we struggle with, you also acknowledge that we struggle with same is revenue mobilization. I want us to double click on that. How important is increasing our domestic revenue, specifically in sustaining this new fiscal approach?
Well, I think that when it comes to our domestic revenue, you see, it's absolutely central to our future. A country cannot sustainably finance development by depending mainly on borrowing or external support. What kind of country is that? Strong economies, as we have come to know them, are built on efficient systems for generating and managing revenue. Been about tax rates. It has also been about expanding the tax base. I was just talking about this not long ago.
Right.
Improving tax compliance, reducing leakages, and here is a very big issue in this country. You can call it corruption. There are so many. Literally, would you build a house such that your roofing has so much leakages and that whenever it rains and you even want to gather that rainfall for water, you know, and many things, the water rather end up in your bedroom? Would you be able to sleep? There are so many leakages within our country, and so many irregularities have been, you know, illegalities, I should say, have been normalized in this country. Money that should eventually end up in the hands of the GRA ends up in someone's bedroom. Not only are we spending inefficiently, but monies are missing their providential ways. Monies that are meant for specific things are not even getting in the hands of the right people, because the monies that were supposed to end up in a bank account in the name of the government of Ghana has ended up in the bedroom of someone. These are leakages. You go to some state institutions and there are demands on you to pay certain money before certain services are even provided. These are leakages. Serious issues. Sometimes when you look at the amount of money a single individual is squandering at the expense of the greater good, you can still sit and ask yourself, Inti Omai obey you. So wait, are things going to get better for this country? But you just cannot understand the issue of leakages is a big issue. If only you know how much Ghana is losing as a result of leakages within a public financial management system, you will just be shocked. And these things are not being done by some foreigners in this country. Literally, these things are being done by Ghanaian people. It's not like some people came here and you know and they were the reason why, you know, things have gone the way that they have gone. Literally, that is not the case at all. That is not the case. Trust me. We are doing this to ourselves.
All right, Ima, our time is up and we have to go. Maybe my last question to you will be specifically the role of private sector in all of these things. What role should the private sector play in terms of in ensuring that this new fiscal space actually translates into economic transformation? Because I know that the government alone cannot create enough jobs. So what role should the private sector play?
All right, thank you. Before I even come to that question, I just want to state that there are so many studies that shows us how much we lose as a result of, this revenue leakages due to tax evasion, due to corruption, due to smuggling, industrial waste, and so on and so forth. Literally, annually, we lose close to $9 billion. Just tell me how much we go to the IMF and the rest of the people for annually. You see, how much we are losing is even more, way more than how much we have been borrowing. Put all the monies we borrow from the IMF together, and perhaps it may not even be up to $9 billion. But we lose this annually. These are money that end up in other people's pockets. These are money that get trapped elsewhere. You see, I've been following the leakages. I've even forgotten your last question.
So I'm asking that what would be the role of the private sector in sustaining this particular, in terms of the job creation and all of that, what would be the role of the private sector?
Well, because government alone cannot create all the jobs, we need the private sector to do that. And all around the world, sustainable economic growth is usually led by private businesses. Go to the United States. Name all the big businesses you do know, and you would note that they are not owned by the government. They are not owned by individuals. Amazon, Google, Microsoft, you can talk of that guy, Oliver Kahn's friend, Tesla, Elon Musk. That's the guy. Yeah, Oliver Kahn, the ship dealer. He said that's his friend.
I know that guy.
That's his friend. Yeah. They drive the capital. They drive and they employ a huge number of people. So we need them to take that lead. And that government's role is to create the right environment, and through policy, through infrastructure, regulation. Sometimes there may be good businesses. Sometimes it will be even the roads that lead to their premise is an eyesore. Not too good. Not too good. So that is it. Government should not compete with them. Create the space for them to be able to thrive. And many of the problems you face as government, they will solve it for you. We need businesses that move beyond trading into production, manufacturing, technology. And there's a reason I say that, Nitrebi. When you are doing trading, the question is, how many people can you employ with that?
Right.
That's one level. How many sustainable jobs are created along that value chain? It's the second tier. Now, when we come to production, we know it's a very long chain. It's a long value chain that can employ a significant number of people. So businesses should look at that. Talk of manufacturing, that it is. When you get to any manufacturing concern, you would note that the business has several segments with many people employed at various levels. But if we are just into trading, we don't need a lot of people. Of course, even with AI and all of that today, the number reduces drastically. So that is why some of us call for some of these things, technology, value addition, and the rest of them. So now we talk about value addition and the rest of them, not because, yes, our export revenue will go up and all, but it is also a way to reduce unemployment because it creates additional jobs. And all of that. So I think the private sector, yes, job creation, but they need the support of the government to be able to do that.
All right, Ima, thank you very much for your time. Hopefully we get to speak again on Monday.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. All right, so that was Emmanuel Boateng, our in-house economic analyst, and he joined me this morning talking about the IMF having decided to reduce our fiscal surplus target from 1.5% to 0.5%. Emmanuel says that is actually, it will give governments some more flexibility to spend on priority areas. But of course, the critics actually say that if we do that, chances are that government will be wasting the money or be spending on certain things that are not very important. And to be able to ensure that, Emmanuel says that what we have to do is that there should be accountability as one of the things. But if you miss any part of the conversation, feel free to head straight to our YouTube channel. We are on YouTube at Zed Multimedia. You can get to play back this particular conversation, and then you get to make sense of what we spoke about this morning. All right, so we'll get into our roundtable discussion very soon. This morning we're talking about breastfeeding, investing in that, essentially its impact on building healthier families and also strengthening economies. And it is in line with the Global Week for breastfeeding, which is this week. The first 7 days of the month of August every year is known as World Breastfeeding Week. And so 2026, the theme for this year is breastfeeding for a sustainable start in life, strengthening what works. And that is why we're having this conversation this morning. We want to look at that breastfeeding beyond the health aspect of it, and also look at what it means for economies, what it means for families, what exactly it means for the entire nation. And so that is what we'll be talking about very soon. We'll take a quick music break. When we return, we'll get into all of that right here on the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This is Business Breakfast.
This is Business Breakfast.
This is Business Breakfast. I'm listening to the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM.
for a sustainable start in life, strengthening what works. And so this morning, we want to go beyond the health benefits and all of that and examine the impact that breastfeeding has on families, workplaces, and also on national development. My guest is Emanuela Owusu Amwako. She is a midwife. She's a midwifery officer and also MPH at the University of Ghana. And she joins us over the phone lines for this conversation. Ella, good morning. Hello. Hello, Ella, can you hear me? All right. I think that I don't have it on the lines yet. I'll try and see if I can get her back, and then we can have the conversation this morning. So that is what we're talking about. You can join the conversation. You can head straight to our YouTube channel and join the conversation there at Zed Multimedia on YouTube and also ZFMGH on Facebook. Feel free to drop a comment under the live stream. I'll read all of them for you. And also, you can send us a WhatsApp on 0544321019, 0544321019. So we'll read all your messages for you this morning right here on the show. You can also share the link with your family and friends so that they can join a conversation right here this morning. All right, so we'll get into the conversation. We're looking at exactly beyond the breastfeeding, the health benefits and all of that. We'll talk about that briefly though, but we'll get straight into, the individual responsibility and also the collective responsibility. And we'll touch on also the business angle as well, what exactly workplaces must be doing. And then maybe we'll wrap up with the national development or the policy level one as well. So that is that. Maybe some practical advice also for mothers. If you know any mother at all, you may want to get them to join the conversation this morning, so that we can get into all of that. Right. So that's what we're talking about this morning. Don't go anywhere. Please take and stay. We'll try and get Emanuela on the line, and then we can speak right here. right, welcome back to the Business Breakfast on Z101.9 FM with me, Nichwebi Hammond. Sufre Unyame by Amachi Dede. All right, so I have Ella back on the line, and like I said, we're talking about breastfeeding, and we're looking at, it beyond the health benefits. We want to examine its impact on families, workplaces, and also on national development. We have very limited time, but we'll try and do justice to this particular topic. I have Ella now. She is Emanuela Owusu-Amwako. She is a midwifery officer, also with masters in public health from the University of Ghana. Hello, Ella. Good morning.
Hi, Hamon. Good morning.
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm fine by God's grace. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic too. Thanks so much for making time to join us this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you, too.
All right, great. Okay, so let's get into our conversation. Now, when we talk about breastfeeding, many people immediately think about feeding a baby. I want us to look at it beyond all of those conversations. So tell me, why is breastfeeding a much bigger conversation than just nutrition?
Okay, thank you, Hamon. First of all, please, I'm still a student in UG before they call me and ask me questions. I'm still an MPH student in UG anyway.
Fantastic.
So back to your question, why breastfeeding is a bigger conversation than nutrition. So when you look at breastfeeding in total, you see that even though baby is latching on breast and is taking food, baby is not just getting nutrition. Baby is building emotional support. So there is mental health here. And most of the time, some of us, we think that it's just a matter of maybe just pump the breast milk and give to baby. But if you deal with it practically, you see that, example, some babies, you put your breast in their mouth, and it feels like they are latching, they are not latching. So you are tempted to maybe give them the expressed breast milk in the bottle. You give them and they say, Nana, we don't want this. So it's the wants they want, it's the emotional support they want. And we are looking at baby's brain development here. We are looking at baby's mental health from day one. And this is the foundational stage of a life of a human being. And so it is not just about nutrition. It is giving survival to your baby, is giving emotional support, like I said initially. It's making sure that from that toddler stage or from that neonatal stage, baby is going to graduate into becoming a healthy child, eventually a healthy adult, and then like that. So it goes beyond nutrition. Yes, please.
I see. So it means that there's something beyond nutrition. Now, why is the first few months of a child's life so important? And again, what role does breastfeeding play during that particular period?
Okay, so if you look at the first few days of a baby's life, mostly under 1 year, you see that baby is going through a lot of physiological changes, and that includes, like I said initially, the brain development, the physical development. The baby is building immunity. And so this first few days of baby's life is very crucial. And Hamon, you know that you cannot debate the foundation of a substance. This is the foundation of a human's life. And so from the day baby comes onto this planet Earth, so let's deal with a range. So baby is 1 year where they can sometimes start talking or achieve some of these developmental stages. It is very crucial. Baby's antibodies are now building with the help of this breast milk. Baby's immunity is still building. Baby's brain is still building up. And baby is still understanding this whole new environment and their mental health as well. So as for the first few days of a baby's life, it is not a joke. It is not a waiting period for baby to start eating fufu or banku. It is a critical stage that should be gotten right. And for me, it's not just a mother's job. It is the job of the family, of the society, of the nation. It's the job of the global public health aspect or whoever we are talking about. Yes, please.
I see. Now, you've been working with a lot of mothers and a lot of families for some time. Do you think that people are aware of these benefits, or people are well educated when it comes to the benefits of breastfeeding for their babies?
to say people are well educated, I may not be able to say it boldly because it depends what you are describing as well educated. I think that where we've come to every home, or let me say majority, maybe 70% of Ghana's population, we've heard something about breastfeeding. However, the problem is the contradiction between what they hear and what our home doctors tell us. And our home doctors here, our mothers, our grandparents, those who've been mothers before, and people want to push their experiences onto other people. So yes, we are doing well with education on breastfeeding. It goes on during antenatal, in fact, prenatal, before the woman even gets pregnant. Those who go to preconception care, we talk to them about it. And then when they finally get pregnant, we take them through. Then when they finally deliver, they are given such information. Then postnatal as well. So as for the education, it looks like when it is maternal and child health, one way or the other, we feature in breastfeeding. But as to whether it is well assimilated in the minds and hearts of the average individual, that one, I am not very sure. And even if it had, I'm not sure the percentage is that wide for us to boast about. Yeah.
I see. So there's still some more work to be done in that regard.
Yes.
Now, what are some of the biggest misconceptions around or about breastfeeding that you've encountered?
Okay, there are a lot of misconceptions actually, but I think one of the common ones you may find or hear is that once baby starts crying, it's an indication that the breast milk is not enough, and so supplement with naan or formula or something. But Hamon, you see, being a baby must be very hard because everything you need in this world, you need to cry for it. Other than that, we cannot see that something is wrong with you. And so if we think that because baby is crying, baby is in need of breast milk, or the breast milk is insufficient, and so we have to go for supplementary feeds, and we are wrong. Baby may be crying as a result of a wet diaper. Baby may be crying because maybe an insect is even biting a baby. So people really associate babies crying to insufficient breast milk. And then their mother gets anxious, and anxiety would eventually affect their volume of breast milk production. And now, sometimes coincidentally, when you add the supplementary feeding, you feed them beyond what they want to take, so they get sleepy. And that is just a normal physiology, that somebody is too full, and so the person will sleep. Then now it's like our relationship is aligning. You see, when you gave them the cocoa, they are sleeping. Then so that's one of the misconceptions you hear a lot. Yeah, I think that is one of them.
I see. So how do you know what exactly is wrong with the baby? Because I mean, of course, they can't speak, and so they'll just cry. And you're saying that a misconception is that automatically means that they need some more food. But it is not that. So how you know?
Automatically means that the breast milk is not enough. That is what the misconception is.
The misconception.
And then the baby is actually full. Do you know that when they are overly full, they cry?
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Because, you see, what we do to babies, one day if they get mouth, they will tell us a lot. When they are full, then we carry them as well. Then we put them on our shoulder, and we are tapping them, and their belly is hitting our bellies. It must be very uncomfortable. So that's one alone may be the reason for baby crying, and not because breast milk is not enough. Because, come on, in the first few days of baby's life, they don't need that much. Okay, if a baby is born today, the first 3 days, typically they may be taking about 30 ml of breast milk. And so even if mommy's breast milk has not started coming, the cholesterol alone may be sufficient for baby survival. And baby does not need any other thing. Until in extreme cases where maybe a mother is experiencing what we call delayed lactogenesis, in other words, delayed breast milk flow. After 72 hours of delivery, if mother has not seen copious milk production coming in, then we can say that this particular mother has experienced delayed lactation. And so, because we don't want baby to get hypoglycemic or enter into any other physiological attack, we want baby to get extra feed. And that is in extreme cases, and those are outliers. Let me put them in that word. So yes, apart from that, we should be good. We should not have this misconception that when baby cries, it means baby is hungry, or it means baby's breast milk is not enough, and so we should go for nap. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So my question was, I mean, I was actually going to ask you. I was asking that, how do you know what exactly is wrong with the baby? Then, are there certain signs that you can see that will tell you that, okay, then this is the reason and all of that?
There is no magic to tell. Mostly, we just try and try and try. Eventually, when we see that baby has stopped crying, then we assume that baby is fine. So sometimes when baby is crying, if the interval of feeding has been long, mostly more than 2 hours, you want to go and breastfeed again. If not that, you may want to check the diaper. Maybe they soiled themselves and they're feeling uncomfortable. You can also check their dresses. Maybe an insect has entered or something. Or sometimes the positioning of the baby is uncomfortable. Maybe you put them on their belly and they are full and they are not comfortable. Or maybe you are holding them and you've held them such that they are not straight. It can cause them to cry. So as for that one, I'm yet to see a theory that says that when baby cries, do A, do B. No. You may have to explore. You do this, they are still crying, then you do another thing until they are fine. Sometimes it's even rashes. You know the temperature zone for us.
Yeah.
Where they are coming from, they were lying in a pool of amniotic fluid, and now they are in Ghana with the heat. So it could be a number of things. Yes, please.
I see. Okay, so I know that breastfeeding doesn't have to do with, doesn't have benefits for only the child. What are the benefits for the mothers themselves?
Okay, so a lot of literature has it that good breastfeeding practices is also linked to reduced rates of breast cancer and, in some cases, cervical cancer. So if a mother is breastfeeding well, then according to literature, your chances of getting some of these cancers are low. And then, physiologically, when a mother delivers, the tummy is supposed to go back, or let me say the womb. Okay, the uterus is supposed to go back to where it was, which is in the hip. And when you breastfeed, there are physiological signals sent to the brain that helps this uterus to go back to the normal size, go back to where it was. Yes. So as for breastfeeding, the benefits, really, we cannot finish talking about them, even for the mother. And you see that emotional support the mother also gets by carrying the baby. You look into baby's eyes and baby is looking to you. All those things are benefits for the mother. Yeah, so it's not just for the baby. And if you don't breastfeed your baby and you are still producing breast milk, the possibility that your breast will get engorged and you may get mastitis, which is very painful from experience and from reports.
What is that?
That is when it's an inflammation of the breast. And mostly it happens when there is too much unused breast milk in the breast. You get it. So you've been able to produce breast milk, but it's sitting in there in the breast and it's not coming out. So then you can enter into breast engorgement, and sometimes mastitis can set in and you may have to be treated, and it's very painful. So mothers, we have benefits as well. Yes.
All right. Okay. We're going to talk about the systems and things that I said we're going to talk about, but very soon. But I'm actually very interested in these basic ones, because I think that also helps people get to understand some of the things that actually go on. Now, one of the conversations has been that women should be able to do exclusive breastfeeding, I think at least for the first 6 months or so. But some mothers struggle with that, or they are unable to do it exclusively. How should society approach this conversation, without creating any form of guilt or pressure for mothers?
Okay, so I think that, to say you are pressured is a feeling. Okay, so let me start with the mothers. Let's not feel pressured, because the agenda is not to judge mothers who are unable to practice exclusive breastfeeding. The agenda is to get people aware of the benefits of exclusive breastfeeding. There are extreme cases where mothers are unable to breastfeed. For mothers who may have undergone through a number of surgeries on the breast, some of them may not be able to breastfeed. There could be a lot of even psychological reasons why mothers may not be able to breastfeed. But like I said, those may be our outliers for now. But for those who are healthy and well doing, we are preaching exclusive breastfeeding. And what we are saying is that, okay, you are not supposed to feel guilty if the breast milk is not coming enough. It's not your fault. You don't produce breast milk. However, we want you to come to a point where you've done all you can. So there are a number of nutritious foods that you can eat. Our mothers will tell you, do the kenke with the granite and drink more soup. Sometimes you may have to massage the breast. And when you do all those, you see that you'll be picking it. Your breast milk will be coming. And the breast milk process, the physiology behind it, it's like the way we use the washroom and we flush it and it gets filled again. Until you flush, the water is just there. It will not refill. So your volume of production is dependent on how consistent your baby is suckling, okay, or is feeding. So the more you are feeding your baby, sometimes you will say that the baby is not getting breast milk. You let the baby suck, because by him or her sucking, signals are sent to the brain that, you know what, baby needs food, and now production starts. So we are preaching that so far as it depends on us, let's try as much as possible to do the exclusive breastfeeding if it is within our power. Yes, yes, please.
All right.
I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, you did. Okay. We're going to talk about the support system shortly. Let me just announce the phone lines in case anybody wants to join the conversation. So if you just tuned in, this is Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM with me, Nitra Bihamon. This morning we're talking about breastfeeding, and my guest is Emanuela Owusu Amwako. She is a midwifery officer, and she joins us over the phone lines for the conversation. You are also free to join. Send us a WhatsApp on 0544321019, 0544321019. I'd love to read all your messages for you. You can also call us on 030 39 56641, 030 39 56641. And then we'll give you the opportunity to ask all your questions. So feel free to call us now, 030 39 56641. You can make all your comments and also ask all your questions this morning. We are streaming live on Facebook at ZFMGH, and on YouTube we're at Z Multimedia. Please feel free to drop a comment and I will read all of them for you right here on the show. All right, Ella, let's continue. Let's move from the individual responsibility now to collective responsibility. Now, we often present breastfeeding as, the mother's responsibility. And I think that's one of the things you said early on when you started speaking. But is that a fair way to look at it, or who else has a role to play?
Okay, so is that a fair way to look at it? I think no, that is not a fair way to look at it, because when we are talking about breastfeeding, even though the mother and the baby are the main characters here, we need support system. For example, this conversation about exclusive breastfeeding, we can preach it, but to what extent if policies still remain that mothers return to work after 3 months? And this is what our Labor Act says. So if I'm returning to work after 3 months, what happens? I may be able to pump, but will I be able to pump enough such that the baby would not need supplementary feed to be fine? And also sometimes in the home, you see, when a mother gives birth, Hammond, you have no idea. I know you will never have an idea because you will never be a woman. You may just hear or see.
Yeah.
And a lot is ongoing. You are dealing with your body. You are dealing with your hygiene. You are dealing with your nutrition to be able to produce this breast milk. And it is such that as soon as you finish feeding baby, maybe you have to birth baby so that when you put them down, they will not aspirate. Then by the time you are done birthing, an hour is gone, you go and do this, baby is back again coming to feed. So the anxiety on the brain, on the mind alone, can make it hard for the mother to stick to breastfeeding or produce enough breast milk. But in a home environment where after a mother is done breastfeeding, a help, whether a grandmother or a mother or the husband is available to pick up baby, birth baby, make sure baby is this and that, all fine. A mother is also going about with other things. You see that they look healthy. They are happy about the whole postpartum period. Other than that, if we leave it to the mother alone, they look sick, they get anxious, and sometimes they even feel guilty that they are not producing enough breast milk. And by feeling guilty, you get to underproduce the more because now you are anxious. Do you get it? So it is not a fair way to put it. It has to be a collective effort. It is an effort of the society. It's an effort of the home and of the nation. You see that sometimes people see mothers who have lost weight after birth, whether it was their own plan or because of the stress, society just talking it out. Because traditionally we expect you to grow and have that kind of weight as a fresh mother. So no, it is not a fair way. We all have a role to play. How we compliment mothers who are breastfeeding can even help them as society. When we see them outside, oh, you are doing well, you look good, and all that, they feel good about the new postpartum period. Other than that, we may be talking about breastfeeding, but the mental health of our mothers may be at stake, where they get postpartum blues and all those things. So we have to look at that. Yes, please.
Right. So, in your experience, what support do mothers need most, but often do not receive?
I think it's with the other chores in the house, and for us as women, emotional support. Okay, that's babe at the back. You are doing well. That's sweet comments from the husband, or that's support from the mother and society in general. Sometimes people, especially in Accra, where people are on the move all the time and help is so expensive to have in your home, people don't get help. So the mother delivers and go home, and it's all about her and the baby. And for those who have other children, it becomes worse because the other children are also children who are dependent on her for her attention, and she's juggling in between all these things. Yes, and I think that when you listen to a lot of women, some of them can get support from a lot of places, but there is one person who they want to experience support or get support from, and when it comes, it really suits them, and that is your partner, your husband. Yes, some men think, in fact, some men, they get paternity leave from some institutions, and they don't use their home. They are roaming about, making calls. We just welcome a baby. Meanwhile, the father has not welcomed the baby because the father is on the move. So a lot of women, they wish that their husbands will hold the baby, especially at night, where, baby will wake up numerous times, and dad may be sleeping, and it's all on mommy to sit up during the night and breastfeed, and in the morning continue. So some of the support we need is coming from there. And Harmon, again, institutional support. I think that it will be a good news and a good relief to the people of Ghana if our policies are implemented such that mothers get to enjoy maternity leave for 6 months. It won't so much because in as much as we think that it may be a cost on society or the business, the alternative is costly too. If the woman doesn't produce these enough breast milk for the child and have her mental faculty intact, you are going to lose this employee or they are going to underperform. And for us as a nation, eventually we may have sick population. So we need to look at this very well. And I think, that's what I have to say about the support system women are expecting to have.
Apart from the maternity, the 6 months maternity leave you're advocating for, what other practices, workplace practices, do you think will make a real difference for breastfeeding mothers?
So, as it stands, you get facilities who allow mothers to close 2 hours earlier before they.
Hello?
Dealing with a baby.
Hello? Hello?
Like
Yeah, sorry, we lost you.
Together?
Yeah, we lost you for a few seconds. You said there are some facilities that allow 2 hours something closing time before. Okay. I think the network isn't helping. So let's see if we can reconnect Ella, and then we will continue the conversation. We'll speak a bit about, after the workplace conversation, we'll look at the national one as well. And then we can. Ella, are you back now?
Hello, Hamon.
All right. Yes, I think.
Hello, Hamon.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
All right.
So I was saying that apart from the implementation of 6 months maternity leave, we could also look at making it a policy but that women who are breastfeeding, at least for the first 1 year, would close earlier than their usual time. Okay. And sometimes, someone can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes. Sometimes, depending on the work environment and the nature of the work, mothers can work from home. If they have to work from home, we can enable them to work from home. We need to have some flexibility of schedules for these mothers. Maybe because of the demand, we are not saying that a breastfeeding mother should be seen as somebody we should have pity on. No, we are just saying that because of the phase they are going through, there must be practicable solutions and practices that may help them, like I mentioned, closing earlier before their time, so that they get home early to take care of these children. If the mother is working in an environment where it exposes the person to some health hazards, then we may have to look at it well, because whatever health implication this woman gets directly affects the baby, whether it's in the bloodstream, whether it's on the brain or whatever. So we need to be sensitive about mothers who are breastfeeding, especially for the first 1 year. After 1 year, some of the babies, they get stable and you may be able to go about your usual duties before pregnancy. But until then, we may have to look at it from different dimensions. It's a broader conversation. We have to have a look at it.
Right.
In a more comprehensible way.
Sure. Now, some businesses actually see, all the suggestions you're making. Maybe there's a business person, an entrepreneur or a business leader who is listening to us this morning who says that the 6 months leave that you're asking, what happens? The work that you're going to leave, what happens? And might be probably seeing this as a cost. How can we, or why should that person or that business see supporting breastfeeding mothers as an investment and not a cost?
Come on, like I said initially, the alternative is costly. Okay, the alternative there is if we don't put in these measures to ensure that women go through the phase successfully. For example, if you have an employee who is a breastfeeding mother and you insist that they work as if they are not breastfeeding, at the end of the day, if the person's if the person breaks down mentally, it's going to affect the work output. And again, if the person is overwhelmed, the person may just stop work, or they may be there, but they will be underperforming, and they can just deal with your clients anyhow. You know how people act when they are stressed or angry or something, and you can actually lose this employee. So it is not a cost. In other words, it's supposed to be an investment, because you reap. When you take care of these breastfeeding mothers very well by implementing some of these policies that will help them, they are going to switch back to normal in no time, because the postpartum period is not forever. Some will recover quickly and they come back to work performing so good like they used to do, or more than that. Other than that, you will see that a lot of women, after they've given birth, there is a drastic change in the way they work, in their attitude, in their work output, and even how they deal with your clients. And so businessmen, I think that you can figure out what you can do. I think there are a lot you can do. There are staff who are just, let me not use just before they get angry at me, but there are staff who are allocated a specific job. And actually, they can do beyond this specific job. So in the 6 month period, can we look at whatever the role the mother has to play, can we let some people double up, or if there will be interim employment for other people to do until they come back? And Harmon, let me be quick to say this. A lot of time when you talk to career mothers who are going through this phase, they will tell you that when they return to work, a lot of employers do not want to put them in their previous positions. And that alone is another issue mothers deal with. So now it's like me going to give birth has brought me to a point where I'm more or less like demoted. The mother going through delivery is not a mental illness the woman has gone through. She is fine. And when she says she's fine, she's fine. And so wherever she was, she should be put back, maybe with support, such that she can finish early and attend to the baby. Because this baby, Hammond, is a national asset. Mind you, the president was once a baby. And imagine if the president's mother was maltreated as a business area, and this maltreatment led the mother to maltreat our president. By now, we may be dealing with a president who have issues with mental illness or a whole lot.
That's true.
But because I think it didn't happen like that, we have a good one. So please, businesses should not look at this as a cost. It is an investment. And if you want to try the alternative, it is more costly. Yeah.
I see. Now, the issue about it being an investment, I want us to look at it on the national level. What does that mean for national development perspective? I mean, from a national development perspective.
Okay. So, a nation is a nation because of the human beings in it. And when we are talking about human beings, we need to quickly look at the stages of life, the kind of human beings we have, or what makes up our population. You look at the population triangle and you see that underweight are infants, there are children, there are adolescents, there are youth, adults, aged. And like I said initially, we cannot debate the foundation of anything. The human population, our foundation, are these neonates who are becoming children under 5, who will become children, who will become adolescents, youth, adults, and then the aged. And all these are part of the formation of our population. And if you look at our economic burden, we will get some from the aged, we will get some from sick adolescents or unhealthy adolescents, and a whole lot. And so if we are paying attention to the foundation of human stages, then it is an investment. It is going to save us economically. It's going to save us in our health system. Because, Hamon, if this child is getting all the care they need with breastfeeding, with other support, trust me, by the time you meet this child at 5 years, they are healthy, they are bubbly, their minds are working. When they go to school, they can grasp things. Eventually, when they become adolescent or youth, you see them working with all the energy at the national service level, then eventually they're employed. And these are healthy, well-responsible individuals that we have. And eventually we get them as adults and we put them into, leadership roles, and they are performing so well. So it is a national investment, and I love it how you put it. It's supposed to be seen as the way we want our gold to do, what we want the CD dollar to be stable. We must be looking at the foundation of the human cycle, as important as this. And if we do that, then we are going to improve maternal and child health. Because if you look at mortality worldwide, neonatal mortality is one that you cannot neglect. It's really on the high. Under 5 mortality. So if we are going, and you don't know the child who will die, and you don't know who that child was supposed to become to the nation.
That's true.
So we have to look at it as an investment, really. Yes.
I always say that some of the problems that we have in this country are supposed to be solved by certain people that we have neglected. And I think that's the same thing you are saying. It is very important that we look at it that way. Anyway, but our time is almost up, and so we have to go very soon. But what role should government And I'm being specific about certain institutions. So government, healthcare institutions, and even private sector organizations. What role should they play in strengthening the breastfeeding support systems that we need to have in this country?
Okay, so I think that let me talk about it from the government's perspective, the role they have to play. I think that there is a book that says that everything rises and falls on leadership. Of course, it has its own limitations, but most of the times it is applicable. If governments, if government should enact policies or enable some financing or maternity protection enforcement code, I think that some of these, what we've spoken about earlier, will be dealt with, where a woman is supposed to return to work and the baby is not so well, and the employer is saying that, you know what, I don't care about your baby, I only care about my work, so come to work. If there are forces, if there are policies that addresses some of these things, mothers are not going to go through it. And eventually we are going to get a healthy mother and a baby. Okay.
Right.
And then when we come to policy makers, sometimes we need to be practical. And that's my issues with the policies we have as a nation, or maybe globally. A lot of our policies, they are only practical in books. But when we come to grounds, they are not applicable. So if we are preaching exclusive breastfeeding and we don't have plans of making maternity leave 6 months, then there's a predictable gap that a lot of mothers are not going to achieve it. So policy makers, businessmen, and all stakeholders who have a say in this particular agenda, we need to all come together and be practical. We have to be practical about all these, theories we propound and all these, a whole lot of things.
Hello? 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 All right, I think I lost Ella on the line again. She was trying to make a point. Maybe once she gets back, she'll just make that point, and then we maybe give some practical advice for to mothers before we wrap up this morning. Maybe she'll mention a few things that we need to look at.
Hello,
Ella, yes, yeah. Welcome back. All right. So I think you made a point around the policies and all of that. Is there anything other thing you want to talk about? Like I said, I'm looking at private sector organizations and healthcare institutions.
Yeah, healthcare institutions. Okay, we should.
Oops. All right. Hello. Okay. Hello. All right. I think I lost her again. But very important conversation we're having this morning. If you want to join, feel free. Send us a WhatsApp. We'll do it well to read it before we go off this morning. 0544 321019. 0544 321019. And then we'll read your messages for you. You can also drop a comment under our live stream on Facebook. We're at ZFMGH, and on YouTube, Z Multimedia. Feel free to drop a comment. I'll read all of them for you. Also, you can call us on 030-3956-641, 030-3956-641, and then we give you the opportunity to ask your question or share your thoughts this morning. We have just a few minutes to go. Ella, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, so please quickly make the point on the healthcare and then the private sector organizations.
Yeah, so I was going to say that, and we should not wait for mothers to give birth before we start some of this education. Because sometimes when we wait and they deliver, the information becomes too much for them and they cannot assimilate all of them. So right from the time we meet a woman who is interested in getting pregnant, some of these conversations should start with them. How to breastfeed, how to keep yourself, how to do this and do that. They are all important, and that is what the healthcare practices should be. And, we have to channel a lot of support to our healthcare, maternal and child health. I don't think Ghana, the way we talk about health is the way we prioritize it. Our health system is bad. Come on, it is bad. and it translates into maternal and child health. And so we need to look at it. It shouldn't be a conversation over the table and drinking coffee and, saying theories. They should be practicable. There should be things when we say we do. We should walk the talk.
Right.
And I think you'll get better. Yes, please.
Okay. So maybe for a new mother listening to us right now, what are the most important things they should know about breastfeeding? If you can just mention them quickly.
You mean new mothers who are listening to us?
Yes, who are listening to us.
Okay. So, hi, mothers. I think that for us, as soon as our baby is born, just as we are happy, WHO is recommending that at least the first 1 hour we initiate breastfeeding, whether breast milk is coming or not. Make sure baby is latched, and eventually breast milk will come. I want mothers to also know that we are not here to judge them. We are here to support them. I also want mothers to know that practically we should talk about what we are going through when we see that we are breaking down mentally. Don't sit down for postnatal blues or anything, postpartum depression to set in. Please talk to a healthcare provider. Talk to another mother who has gone through the journey and get all the support you need. And if in any way you have a gap in producing breast milk, it is not your fault, and so you should not put yourself into blame. You should rather seek help so that you and the baby, you all be fine. Mothers are doing so well, and I want to say God bless you to all mothers out there. You are doing well. We are proud of you.
All right, Ella, thank you very much for your time this morning. Thanks so much. I think you shared a very good insights with us. We are really grateful. Please continue doing the good work that you're doing, and hopefully we get to speak again very soon.
Thank you so much, Hammond. I appreciate it.
Anytime. All right.
Have a great day.
You do same. All right. So that was Emanuela Owusu-Amoako. She is a midwifery officer, and she joined us this morning talking about breastfeeding and what we need to do generally. I mean, what we need to know about it, and also what we need to do from government perspective to business perspective and all of that. And the call this morning is to all of you. If you are a policymaker listening to us this morning, the call is to you. Let's try and make it conducive for our women or our mothers to be able to, do this breastfeeding and all of that. If healthcare institutions, same. Business organizations, same. Let's all work together to make things happen well for them. But that's how we wrap up today on the Business Breakfast on Zed 101.9 FM with me, Trebi Hammond. We're back again on Monday for some more interesting conversations. Until then, please keep listening to Zed 101.9 FM. My name is Trebi Hammond. I'm on all social media platforms. You can look up my name and let's get in touch. Up next is The Brighter Side with Jeremy Okori-Amwako. Please don't go anywhere. Stick and stay. I'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye.